Hello. Finally, I got everything mostly working correctly. Hello, and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, and let me tell you that 2024 is starting to look a lot like 2023, isn't it? For those of you who are not in the know and who are not um, an avid follower of um, Hololive's Mel. She has been terminated as of yesterday, much to the chagrin and dismay of many, and um, quite frankly, I was not as surprised as most people, and I'll go into that in a little bit. But for now, I do want to throw a little bit of context into everything that it has transpired over the last 24 hours. And unlike most announcements, um, I didn't get a windfall of information at the very onset. So typically, when something like this happens, I I tend to let things play out for just a little bit before trying to jump right on to the information dump that comes out. And the reason for that is because uh, either narratives or corrections come along, or loose lips start talking a little bit about what they know or what they don't know, so on and so forth. And there seems to be quite a bit of, well, let's look at it a little bit, and we'll go into everything as we look at things and break them down. Now, uh, the first thing that I found extremely strange and extremely not, I mean, it's probably correctable. However, when you're dealing with something on this level, such as trying to nip controversy in the bud right from the onset, you typically want to have everything streamlined, right? And you typically want to have all your um, you typically want to have all of your talking points in a row. You typically want to have all of your what you want to say, what you don't want to say, what you want people to talk about, not talk about in public. And immediately, as we can see from the first screen here, um, they automatically issued a correction after they released a corporate statement regarding the termination of a said contract. And if you notice this little red spot in the middle here, it says cannot read properties of undefined reading get reader. All right. And this is where you typically would have a copy of the actual statement in PDF format and document format, so on and so forth. And now, as you might see on the very top, it does say that we are in the Wayback Machine, and we'll get to that in a second. Um, However, the regardless of what of what uh, browser you try to view this in, that error is still apparent. It's still there. It doesn't disappear, and I find that very strange. That they completely nuked that original statement. You can't even find it on the internet anymore because they've completely nuked it. All right, now what that correction and apology supposedly said was that uh, okay, so basically it says apology and correction. We apologize for the omission of the phrase, which was in the Japanese announcement, but not in the English announcement in our previous post. Third paragraph. Um, it was. It has been confirmed that Mel had been engaging in acts that violated her contract by leaking information to third parties that she acquired from the company. As a result, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing and supporting her, and have elected to make this decision. And they changed it to, it has been confirmed that Mel has been engaging in acts that violated her contract by leaking information that she acquired from the company to third parties. As a result, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing, but etc., etc., etc. Now, it's perfectly fine that they made this correction. However, given that Japanese is their first, and the native language of the company, you would think that this had been proofread a couple times by a Japanese ran company in order to actually, make sure it says what it needs to say. Now, it could also have, could have happened that they had confirmed something that was not confirmed at the time of release of the said statement. However, I tend to lean on the side of that this was an oversight and a pretty egregious one, simply because you don't terminate a talent of this caliber very lightly. All right, and second, Mel was basically slotted into the into the spot of being like the next sex symbol item type of character for Hololive that they were really going to push, and I'm gonna drop the name Rusia here right off the top here, because when Rusia was part of the company, they didn't allow her to release a lot of covers or a lot of songs, but that was because she had done everything else correctly in order to provide, the quote unquote, the real girlfriend experience, right? And Mel, on the other hand, was kind of like an up and comer that that they were trying to craft and mold, and by the way, they spent a lot of time developing her. Over the last 3 years, they have spent a ton of time developing her. Doing dance, dance practice, voice lessons, voice acting, so on and so forth. Now, bear in mind that even if everything is 100% true, Mel's not going to necessarily suffer from this, and we'll get to that towards the end. She's going to take a financial hit at the beginning, but like I've been saying for over the last year now, there's several of these girls that have already been building up their redundancies, and Mel is one of those is one of those people that have been building up her redundancies, and not just resting on that Hololive money. All right. So now, let's move on here really quickly, because I want to move into some of the actual news articles that have been released over the last 24 hours. Direct, Dextro, Dexterto, yeah, that website. Um, so their article here basically says that, while Hololive hasn't endured as many controversies as some of their peers, which is a complete erroneous statement on its own, because they have consistently dealt with controversies year after year, and there's always been at least one high-profile person that has been terminated over the last several years. So, okay, moving on. Now, so the announcement posted, and here's the actual announcement. Says that we would like to express our sincere gratitude for your continued support of Hololive production. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we regret to announce that on January 16th, we have terminated our virtual VTuber master agreement with Mel of Hololive. It has been confirmed that Mel has been engaging in acts that violated her contract by leaking information that she acquired from the company to third parties. As a result, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing and supporting her, and with agreement from the talent, have elected to make this decision. To all of our fans and partners, we deeply appreciate your great support. Since Mel has been with the company over the last 5 years and 8 months since her debut as part of first generation of Hololive. It is with regret that we must report this matter. In spite of the long-standing activities of Mel, we sincerely apologize for the information we are providing at this time. We'll be closing Mel's YouTube channel at the end of February 2024. We take this matter very seriously. And we intend to make further efforts into instructing our affiliate talents on compliance matters so that similar incidents do not happen in the future. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, now, quick pause here. As we are looking at the actual termination statement, or the revised version, well, actually, the English version was not revised, even though it probably could have been revised a little bit because, yeah. Anyways, when we talk about leaking information that she acquired from the company to third parties, that could be anything from espionage, trade secrets, to things that she hears, or heard in, through the corporate ladder and disclosed through Twitter or through, Line, or, some type of social media platform. Because that, you gotta remember, third party is very ambiguous here. It doesn't mean that she was like taking information from Hololive and giving it to Niji or giving it to some other company. It wasn't like corporate espionage. This is very much, could be a circumstance of, she heard something that is coming down the pipe, that is going to be happening in the next 6 months, and then she, said it in passing, on social media to, through a DM or something like that, and then, you know, it was found out. And you also have to remember that, their managers have access to all of their social media accounts that are related to their cover core slash Hololive accounts. So everything that they have, that they used on a regular basis is also can be accessed by their managers. So it's not like, they can lock away their Hololive account and no one can ever see what they actually were saying in there. So just want to put that out there right away before, anyone else, thinks something negative about the whole thing. It's a very broad topic, and we don't know what info uh, can affect the company. I mean, it could be that, she had some like really really dedicated fans, like, again, like Russia, that she had some very very dedicated fans that, uh, you know, she's like, well, hey, I mean, get ready for when tickets go on sale for this, or when we announce this, because, if you want to if you want to be in the know and buy this particular merch, you want to have, be ready for this date that's coming up. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who really knows? And no one really knows. And that's the thing. Now, um, I do want to take the opportunity here and change gears really, really quickly to what was posted on Mel's X account as her last post. And let's see. And as I pull this up here, I do want to uh oops, wrong keyboard. I got too many freaking keyboards. Okay, okay. So this statement here. No, I'm not gonna unfollow her. This statement here, her last statement that was posted on social media, and you got also remember that this was something that she agreed to, this, which is another huge thing to, just to kind of bear in mind that rather than, being like completely fired, it was basically, you can either choose to graduate, or, you know we're going to terminate you type thing. But they at least allowed her to say something, a bit comforting in her departure. And so this statement to her fans here is, to everyone, I'm very sorry for the anxiety and discomfort this incident has caused to so many people. I deeply regret my thoughtless behavior. I have discussed the matter with management, and we have decided to resolve it. And they have kindly allowed me to post this letter. I'm very sorry to have to say goodbye in this way to all of you who've helped me so much. I had a dream, and that I wanted to realize. Realize. I had a dream and wanted to fulfill it with all the members of Kapu. I'm sorry that I could not keep that promise, but the memories of everyone, and my holomem will never disappear. I will never forget them. I will always be watching over all of you, and always love you. Thank you for everything. I'm truly sorry. That is extremely humble and deeply um, a deeply touching statement that she made there. Um, Now, I know that there are some people out there who are saying that, um, hey, Kuro, welcome, welcome. I know there's some people out there that are saying that this is another Rushia situation, and I haven't seen anything stating that it was a Rushia situation, because the Rushia situation was one, um, because people jumped to the conclusion that she had a boyfriend, and the rumors flying around out there supposedly state that, and this is rumor mill, by the way, that she had disclosed information to a roommate, and I haven't seen that yet. As confirmation, and maybe as we go through some of the other articles, we might see that. As far as I knew, um, she didn't. As far as I know, she didn't have a roommate. Yeah, so I'm not sure where that came from. But yeah, there's one of the biggest things people have to remember is that sharing of information to a third party is completely ambiguous, and it depends on what can and can't be shared with a company. If there are set guidelines that they have, that you cannot share anything that is not processed through our public relations first, then that's what the deal is. If everything has to be run through PR, and then PR puts it out before you can talk about it, well, then that's the way it's supposed to be handled. If things are put out there that say, well, um, you cannot talk about anything that is done in confidence and between yourself and management, then you can't talk about anything that's said between you and management. But the thing that I have to stress here is, and I've said this for 2 years now, 2 years, that Covercore and Hololive have been extremely slow about trying to nip this kind of stuff in the butt, and it has taken multiple serious cases where talent have been let go because they have chosen to play it passively, where they think, okay, well, if we fire a talent, that's going to be that's going to be the example, and we don't need to say anything anymore. And that's clearly not the case. When you're dealing with this many talent, this much talent, this much money, and this much, you have you essentially have so many different arms of a company, all moving independently. There has to be something and somebody that is guiding all those arms, with a specific goal, with the specific boundaries, and with spelled out instructions. This is what you can and cannot do. And I'm going to say this right now. Mel was one of the two people, and you guys can quote me on this because I mentioned it. I mentioned it a while ago. Mel was one of the two people that I had been following because I wanted to see what was going to come about with all of her uh, non-Hololive ventures that she had been developing and starting up on the side. She was one of two. Okay. Now I don't know if the other one's if something's gonna happen with the other one and that shoe drop, right? But I will say this right now. Mel was also one of the Hololive talent that had some very risque videos of her that can still be found on the internet where she was performing live. And I'm not saying that she was doing like, like X-rated stuff or pornographic per se stuff, but she was doing very treading the line between, like, stimulating the guys that are in puberty and the old guys who enjoy that stuff type of behavior. All right. And if it wasn't for specific rules that were changed on the other platform that she was streaming on, she would have continued to stream that kind of stuff. And I'm talking like she was like in like basic, like almost nothing type of like stuff, uh doing ASMR. All right. And she kept doing that. She continued to do that kind of product well into her first couple years of Hololive. All right. And it wasn't until she had to take her second hiatus that she stopped doing that kind of product. But she continued doing ASMR, but she transitioned into the real girlfriend experience type of ASMR, which she is still doing. But it's more of that she is showcasing like clothes that she had purchased or various cosplays that she buys. But I mean, it that when you think about the fact that she had been doing that after she was under contract up until now, it makes you really wonder, okay, what was the egregious act of divulging information supposedly that led to her termination. All right. Now, I'll be honest with you and say that she was she worked extremely hard. And and I followed her for 4 years now. And she had worked extremely hard to get to where she was. And that she had she spent from like 5 in the morning all the way till like 9 o'clock at night, constantly working for the company and working to improve herself. And a lot of the stuff she took on by herself because she wanted to make it perfect. So, it's not like Cover Court did this lightly, because some of this stuff was mandated by Cover Court that she had to do, and then there's other things that she wanted to do in order to continue to get her to that next level, because she always felt like she was trying, that she was playing catch up. Every time that she, tried to do something with Hololive, there was something that was, you know, preventing her from doing it. First it was the whole stalker situation, and then there was altercation with an overzealous fan, and then the multiple bans by YouTube, so on and so forth. There were so many things that were that kept on getting thrown at her, and she kept on bouncing back and saying, I was going to overcome it, and she's going to overcome this. Like I said, she has been working and developing so many things along the way that you know she'll be able to transition, assuming that she takes time for herself to uh you know digest what has happened to her, and she and hopefully she she doesn't deal with it as hard as like Rushia Mikiniko has, and have to deal with the whole psychological part of it. I think I know she's gonna do just fine. Rich's case was overblown because of a certain Mufasa. Yeah, Mufasa. Yeah, I still have never heard anything from Mufasa regarding clearing the air. But anyways, I always like throwing that out there because I was like, he talked too much. He talked way too much, and it's like you're not making things any better. um, yeah. Well, yeah, yeah, that's the other thing. Diehard fans are becoming glued because of this type of stuff, and they come unglued even more when it comes to, a guy being involved with their idol, and that's where you really got to, play the game correctly, so you can balance having your interaction with other people that are of the opposite sex while satisfying your fan base. And most of the time it's what happens in their private life stays in their private life, but when you are a public figure, your private life more than often than not gets dragged out in front of everyone for everyone to see, and that's when it becomes a problem. I think Cover did protect both talents by investigating their account and affiliated with them to have clear situation. Rusia's case, she spoke about. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing. You know, Rusia went off and tried to in a misguided effort, and let's I think this is where Rusia and Mel differ. Um, Rusia Mikiniko was very gullible. She she had always been extremely gullible. She trusted people blindly, and part of the problem that she had, and she even admitted to herself, was that she didn't know who to trust. She believed everybody. She believed people in general would have her best interests at heart, so she trusted them. Mel, on the other hand, she is more she's Mel is much more cunning than Rusia. So, she would not do or say something without knowing without knowing whether or not there would be a risk towards her. And if you look at Mel's history, both before and during Hololive, Mel had her fingers in a ton of things, and I'm talking. If you sat Miki Neko Rushia on one side and you put Mel on the other side and you compared, uh, Rushia was the antithesis of basically like a cherry bomb that has the lit fuse, where Rushia or whereas Mel has had a you could see a very developed type of plan of things that she wanted to get done. And I can tell you right now that Mel has spent a ton of time in voice acting, voice lessons. She has done voice dramas with other talents before she was with Hololive. At one point she had her own channel on a smaller or a Japanese platform that where she basically did either voice dramas or she did ASMR that were specific of scenarios where she, if you listened to Mel when she just kind of did her chatting with the viewers, there were a lot of times where she would do kind of like a segment where she would do various like off the top of her head scenarios, and she would do like doing like the lovey-dovey type of girl. Then she would do like the she would do a segment type of deal where she would copy some of her fellow Hollow members. Then she would do another one where she would try to make her voice sound like them. There were just so many different things, and you could actually hear and realize the range of voice that she had. So, you know, she had all this stuff developed, and she had worked with some pretty, decent profiled other Japanese voice actors at, before she started with Hololive. Just doing like radio talk show type things with them. So I think she's gonna land on her feet just fine. But it is extremely sad that this is the route that she had to go in order to get to you know wherever she's gonna go to next. But let's cover a few other things here. Um, Now, let's see here. Okay, so controversy explored. I have not read this article yet, but let's take a look at it. No, I don't want you. Yeah, you know what makes it even sadder is that she was so talented, but and she'd been with the company so long, but she never hit that 1 million mark, and primarily it's because of the amount of time that she had to take away from being away from streaming because of all the other things that were being thrown at her and people trying to sabotage her, which was extremely sad. She would have hit over 1 million by now had she streamed consistent. Um, so specific details of the leaked information have not been disclosed in the statement, which we know. Um, what did Mel say about her departure? We've already talked about that. The VTubing community engaged in extensive discussions about the situation, drawing parallels between. Yeah, there's no parallels between that. Come on. Yeah. Uh, Rishia, like, has had her association with Hololive terminated for breaching contact for leak. See, and this is what really irks me about the entire narrative of things. You know, Rushia actually went and talked to a third party who is basically a gossip columnist and leaked information that way. And as far as I've seen so far, Mel has not done that, and she probably wouldn't do that. I mean, for crying out loud, what I knew. Okay, me knowing her alternate personalities out there, I sent her an email a few weeks ago because I noticed that she had an English misspelling on her alternate personality, and she spelt sign up wrong on her alternate personality. So I sent her an email with the picture, and I told her, I said, you've misspelled that. This is the way that it's spelled in English, and I spelled it out for her and everything else like that. She didn't even reply to me, but she did change it, like within like under an hour of me sending it. And you know why? Because she's smart. She's not gonna sit there and like willingly talk to somebody and say, you know, blah 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 blah. This is what's happening behind the scenes. Blah 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 blah. Like Rishia did. I mean, she's gonna handle things in her own way and use her head, use her mind, because despite the fact that she was, did seem to be kind of airheadish at times, she was not as gullible as Rushia was back then. So, you know, uh, see, I think her termination is a lenient compromise part of cover, because if they just let her go inside outside of Hololive, we'll compare it to Rishi's situation. Yeah, exactly. The fact that that they allowed her to at least say something, before the termination, the actual termination, and of course it would have had to go through management to, because they wouldn't have just allowed her to say anything. Um, I think that they at least gave a decent compromise of allowing her to say goodbye on, in her own way, and to apologize that she was not going to be able to carry on. Now, I will say it again. Hololive has a lot invested in Mel, and I'm not just saying that as a fanboy or whatever. it if you followed the entire situation with Russia and with Mel, within a month of Russia's departure, there was a noticeable increase in push of Mel as a talent, doing covers, doing songs, original songs, of getting her out there and exposing, the character, to the wider audience. There was a noticeable push of, you know you guys may have lost this character, but this character's out there and she's just as good, if not better. That it felt that like that. It felt exactly like that. And there was even a larger push of, trying to get her appeal out there with the demographic. Um, Mel would even talk about having her schedule was redoubled, and Mel was being flown by cover to places like Vietnam and Singapore and, other places to meet with, clients of Covercore, as one of the talents that, Covercore was trying to push, and get those business relationships going. She was actually being flown to some of these other countries, and that's why she was gone for, 2 weeks at a time, is because she was being flown to these other countries. Yeah, she wasn't going there because she wanted to. She was going there because Carver was like, "Hey, we need a talent relation to go with our team that's going here. We're gonna send you." you know. But she was also smart enough to, be part of that group, and be sent out there, and be able to hold her own. And that's why I keep, going back and saying, she has the chops of being able to handle her own business. So, I think she's gonna be, just fine on her own. you know and even at the beginning, well, not beginning of this year, but as of last month, in December, her she started suddenly streaming a lot more on her alternate account, which, by the way, let's see here. Got it. Yeah. So, by the way, if you are interested, now that she is no longer affiliated, she just exposed Krabby Patty recipe to Plankton at the last pond. So, if you're curious, if you're interested, that is her alternate persona. Well, which would now be her main persona. Um, that's her other channel, and that is, and you're likely, it's like Noel's second channel, pretty much. And let's see here. And just to give you an idea of just how backup she has, uh, that is her Nico video channel. And what's amazing about her alternate channel is, I mean, she basically gives you an idea of what she looks like. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, she's extremely hot. I mean, she is much hotter than her model gives her. Uh, um, you know, I found Rika channel, but with silver hair. Yeah, yeah, that's her channel. Um, let's see here. Why did it have a period in there? I don't know, but yeah, she is extremely hot. Yo, here's the thing. Here's the thing about here's the thing about Rika or Mel or yeah. I'm gonna use the name interchangeably from now on since she is technically no longer part of Hololive, but she is one of those types of girls that uh you know how the in anime you have those girls that have like the clothes they wear make them look kind of like not stacked on the top, but then like they wear their bikini or their swimsuit or whatever, and then they're just huge. That's Rika. I mean that is Rika 100%. That Mel Rika, that is exactly how she is. I mean, if you look at like and let's see, like if you look at this video here, like what when she's moving, you don't think that she is. I mean, she looks like yeah, okay, there's something there, yeah, and when she flashed the cleavage a little bit, yeah, you can see there's something there, but it's not until you look at her side profile do you realize, wow, she is. She's not as big as Noelle, okay? She's not as big as Noelle, but I honestly I prefer women like, and this is my personal preference, and yeah, I know I'm getting really sidetracked, but I prefer women like Rika versus women like Noelle because it, what color? What's the color of the bear ribbon? What bear ribbon? Oh, um, it looks like it's brown, or it could be like one of those like very uh deep velvet type of purple browns. Yeah, but content like this that she's doing like this. This is what she had steadily been putting out, um, both on her nickel video channel and on her recent, and this is again just recently on her YouTube channel. She had not been streaming much on her YouTube channel until recently. And she has uh, most of the content that she has done on her YouTube channel is away hidden behind her membership, which now that I'm not paying for her YouTube or her Hololive one, I can switch over to this. Um, but most of the stuff that she has streamed here is like, again, showing off various costumes that she had. She did some blah, 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 what's the TRPG games, doing various other gaming stuff, ASMR, drawing. She's done a couple of Apex things. But this is what she's gonna, this is what she is basically doing and has been doing for the last couple of years. And but where's the other one? The big thing is she also is this is her Neko video channel, and she does a lot of stuff over here as well. Most of her stuff over here is ASMR. Um, and a lot of people, they look at it and they say, "Oh, look, she's doing ASMR ear licking." I mean, it's nowhere near um, like what some of the pornographic stuff is that's out there. It's a lot, and I've listened to a lot of these to see what she's been up to, and 99% of this is all like the real girlfriend experience. It's like, you know, it's like almost like candlelight dinner, and then getting lovey-dovey with each other without like taking it past first base type thing. Now again, there are videos of her out there that do go that far, uh, but you have to kind of dig for them because I'm not going to point them out to you. Sorry, but but yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff, I mean, is like of her, showing off clothes that she's bought, costumes she's bought, um, like this one here. I mean, she did a cosplay. What was this? Sexy harness, where she looked, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's just, and honestly, if you watch, videos, some of these videos, you can like actually see how curvy her body is. But you'll also see, I mean, sometimes I really wonder like if she isn't like anemic or something, because her arms are so thin, and it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if she, I know the girl eats. I mean, and I know she can eat a lot. When you watch alongs with her, I mean, she is constantly chomping down on like candy and chips. I mean, she probably eats like a full bag of chips before the 2 hour mark. I mean, that's how much she eats. But it's like she doesn't gain weight, which is, I mean, I guess kind of a blessing in some ways. But I mean, I could see where some of the other girls probably have like that complex of them saying I'm too fat and look at Mel and be jealous because like she never gains weight, you know. Um, she just wants to talk, but her palm was too strong. She loved to talk. She loved to talk, and the the thing the appeal that I found with her most of all was um she was always extremely thankful to all of her members and people who sent her super chats. Um, I'm gonna have to go back um and before they shut her channel down, um, find my first super chat to her, and um I my first super chat to her, I said something to the effect that um, it was my first ASMR session with her, and you know I did and I wanted to thank her for being kind to her English audience, and and she tried very hard to speak English for a long time. Um, you know, every time somebody tried to say something to her in English, it seemed like she tried to talk back to him. Um, it wasn't. And here's the other thing. Mel was the type of person where she did just off the top of her head, and it caught on so easily that she was reading off her super chats and reading off people who had joined her membership and stuff, and just off the top of her head she started getting into kind of a rhythm, and and she started reading off people's names, and um she started singing welcome, what was it, welcome to the membership, boop boo, welcome to the membership, boop boo, thank you. That's what she started saying, that right, and it caught on immediately, and then pretty soon people were constantly, every time she started reading off new members, they're like, you didn't sing the song, you didn't sing the jingle, so she started singing it, and then pretty soon after when she started doing that, people were like literally gifting memberships to keep her going, because you know she was just so adorable, and she was always trying to please her fan base. Yeah, it's in February, so I mean, luckily we have about a month and a half to archive her channel. So you know, it's like, man, I I know I don't sound broken up about this, and like I said at the top, I I was anticipating something, and again, I'll say it again. I anticipated, and for those of you who are regulars, do you guys remember? I said at on the first of the month that I was anticipating at least two people for Hololive graduating this year. One of them dropped, and I don't know for sure. I'm not an insider. However, I do anticipate that there's the high likelihood that another medium to high profile person in Hall Life will likely probably separate before the end of the year, and that's purely based upon the fact that I continue to see talent building up their alternate personas out there, almost like they're anticipating something like this happening. And when you don't have that alternative to fall back on, you know you kind of get what the whole Rusia scenario of, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna prop myself up? How am I what's my game plan? How am I gonna continue the revenue flow in so I can afford to live? All those types of things. You start asking yourself those types of questions, and that's why more than ever now are seeing a lot of these girls who are that they're high profile names. They have they may not necessarily be that 2 million 3 million subscriber count, but they're still high profile names. They're silently and slowly building up their alternative personas, and the likelihood of something like this happening. Because again, you know websites like Sportskizda and Direxio Dexter Toe, yeah, that website. They are, we don't know unless unless there's other news out there that I have not seen yet, and it could be there could be something I haven't read yet. We don't know what this third party is, and third party is very ambiguous. And if it was on the level of what Rusia was, they wouldn't have let her say anything on her social media accounts. They would have immediately announced it. That's the end of it. We're not speaking about it again. But but the fact that they came to a decision, a mutual decision, and that they agreed with the talent agreed with them. I mean, they know what they've lost here, and they know that they have lost 5 years worth of hard work to get her, and they got her to where they wanted her to be. I often cite just how hard and how much these girls go through to get to where they are. And Mel is one of those people that you can look back at her past social media account pages, her entries, and she has stated over and over again, just how much time and how much effort, how long her days were of dance routine, choreography, voice lessons, acting lessons, just over and over and over, day in and day out, over and over again. And that's on top of everything else that they've had her do, voice recordings, so on and so forth. I mean, there's just so much. And she talked about a lot of those things, but she was, still ambiguous enough to where she didn't utilize, Hololive, cover core, all those other things. She was just talking about her daily life. So, cover chord really, they know that they have lost something here. And depending on what Rika ends up doing, I think she'll bounce back, pretty quickly. All of her stands out there know know of her Rika channel, and for I want to guess, and I'm being very ambiguous again because I'm not in the know about these things. But I want to guess that perhaps she is going to let a little bit of time transpire before she goes live. I could be completely wrong. I mean, I'm not sure if she has um I don't think she has a twit casting account, so but I'll have to double check on that. Um does she have a twit casting account? No, I don't think she does. Well, I'll have to dig into that later. But I mean, here's the other thing too. Um, it's not gonna let me actually stream it, but this room that she's in here is this is her own. This is her own room. This is her, she built this soundproof room for her ASMR. Um, and she has this really nice leather couch in the room. It's like completely white. She has soundproofing around the entire room. She has, I believe it's yeah, it's a QU100 setup for the room. But the other thing too is, I mean, if you look at her numbers, you know, she has 17,000 unique. I think it's 17,000 views, unique views. Yeah, and you figure that at $5 of membership, if you were to take a you know a generous estimate that every one of those is unique, which they probably aren't, but let's just take 10,000 at $5 a pop. I mean, she's making 50,000 a month. Just doing ASMR. So I mean, it's not like it. It's not like she's gonna be hurting. um, See, Hololive is indeed popular, but sometimes pressure and disappointment on talent side as well. So the possibility of them leaving is there. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've said it with Regloss. I mean, the whole Regloss debut. I mean, when they were when they teamed up to do the uh whatchamacallit, what was it? Was it Minecraft? Yeah, it was the Minecraft uh, um, competition that they did recently. I didn't know who any of the Regloss people were. I was like, who are these people? Are they from Niji? Who are these people? You know? And then I started looking them up. I'm like, oh yeah, these people debuted, didn't they? You know, and it's like, who are these people? You know, I mean, Regloss is a perfect example of why. I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but um, Regloss is a perfect example of why lore and uh, you know, character design and character development are so important. Why do we know who Mel is? We know who Mel is because she is the BANPIRE. Well, wait, what do you mean BANPIRE? Wasn't she a vampire? No, she's the BANPIRE because she kept on getting banned for being a busty vampire. I mean, come on. I, why do we know who Subaru is? We know Subaru because of the duck. Well, her duck wasn't part of her character, lore to begin with. Yeah, but it is now. Do you know Subaru because she was the athletic girl, or do you know Subaru because she of the duck? Though most people will say one or the other. I mean, so who are Regloss? Who? Regloss. Who's Regloss? Oh, you mean that V singer hybrid group generation that debuted a while ago? You know, why do we know who Hollow X is? We know who Hollow X is because they dropped like a bomb and they literally took everybody by surprise and by storm with you know the way that they just debuted and were like, we're Hololive? No, it's Hollow X now, bitch. I mean that's exactly who it was. That's exactly why they took over. I mean, when you look at La Darkness, La Plus Darkness, her opening intro video was so dope that everyone was like, this girl's gonna be badass. And then you get this little tiny shrimp with horns, but yet she has like this completely spunky attitude, and you're like, now that's my shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean that's the way it is. And that's the way Rika and Mel always present herself. You know, and that's the the more that you assuming that she continues to carry herself the way she is now. Um, They are a secret organization according to them, but now everyone knows exactly. They are a super secret organization within Hololive that is gonna dominate and take everything over. But they're a secret. But they're an open secret. But they're a secret. I mean, but that's what you know them as. Now, Rika, I believe that if Rika continues to carry herself the way that she carries herself, now that she's no longer with Hololive, she's probably going to lean heavily on that, the real girlfriend experience type of thing with a lot of what she does. Um, However, I don't think that she is going to I think she's, since she's no longer going to be bound and obligated to cover core as a whole, she will likely be able to branch back out into the things that she enjoyed doing. on a more consistent basis, such as doing her voice acting, doing her scenarios, doing, because she worked a lot in a. I explored some of her archive that's out there, and she did like a lot of it was almost like visual novel type of lore, or not lore, but videos where she would do entire scenarios, and she was like a one person act, and it was good. It was really, really good, and you could hear like that when she was acting emotional, when she was crying, when she was happy, with all the different emotions that she was able to put into what she was doing. It honestly, if I were her, and this is just me, but if I were her and I had the range that she has, I know that voice actors, they don't get paid the amount that they deserve, but there is absolutely no reason why she couldn't be doing voice work for like animated series, doing voice work for video games, digital media. There's absolutely no reason, and she has the look. I mean, she has the physical ability. We know that she has the physical ability. You know, I would put her on par with um, the current voice actresses that are out there that not only voice the main character for said series, but also release a single or a cover or whatever for the animated series for like the opening song or the ending credits. I mean, she is that good. Honestly, I'm being serious here, and I'm not trying to talk her up. You know, I just have seen enough to know that she has that capability. Rika can widen her content. Not that overheard, which like what's happening on Twitch lately. Yeah, I actually like Mel's voice, especially her sex. Yeah, and she has the range. I mean, she has the range where you know if she so a lot of times what she does is, everyone always kind of used to joke about why is she always running late, she's always starting late, she's always doing this late, she's always doing that late. And it's because she was more often than not, trying to get herself in the character, especially when it came to more serious streams that she was doing, something that would probably, she would have to play into the character. But and what you would often hear her sit there, and she would go through like her different things that she had that she wanted to do, and then she would you would hear her stop for a few seconds, and it was always because she was putting herself in the character, and she'd give that little bit of a pause, just a little, and then she'd go right into that character. And that's exactly what she was always doing, is that because she was always setting her mind, setting her cadence. She knew that she needed to make herself sound different from what she usually was. Now, there are times where, like, when she was, playing, uh, you know, various like horror games or even fighting games where you know she sounded like that she was being very aggressive, very very almost yakuza type of aggressive, right? And that was it's on purpose. The mark of any good streamer is that they can sell their responses based upon the game that they're playing, and that's why a lot of people tend to tune in to a lot of people who over dramatize things, because they're not watching to see how well they play the game. They may be watching to see how pitiful they play the game, but they're also watching because they're watching to see what the streamer's responses are. And Mel was always able to sell that really, really good. You know, uh, she would be able to read her audience well enough to know, okay, I need to act more like this in order to continue to keep their attention, or in order to heighten the suspense that I'm feeling while I'm playing the game. She would be able to do those types of things. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing too, is see, Mel tended to be a the type of gamer that she wanted to she wanted to sit through and this is kind of where I even was really getting pissed off at Covercore about. Mel is a lot. If you were to put Mel with the Hollow Gamers, she would have fit right in, right? Because she wanted to be the type of person that one, maybe two streams and finish a game. She didn't want to have to put a game down and have to pick it up later, because she wanted to enjoy the entire story, the entire gameplay, the entire the entire experience all at once. She did. You know how hard it is to put anyone out there knows exactly what I'm talking about. How hard it is to put down a story-driven game, put down the controller, and have to pick it up a month later. She didn't like that. She wanted to be able to do it in maybe one or two sittings, and she would stream 8 to 10 hours straight, in order to try to beat the game all in one sitting. I mean, she streamed Biohazard 7. She went from start all the way through the Jack fight in the pit in one sitting. And then I don't think she got all the way to the mother fight, but she did get through Jack in one sitting, and then she had to put the game down, and then she wasn't able to pick it back up again. And it drove her nuts because she really was really enjoying herself. Um, you know, uh, that's why you know you starting to see that a lot less. I mean, Okayu, she finished the Resident Evil Zero remake, the GameCube remake version of Resident Evil, not Zero, Resident Evil One remake that was released on GameCube. She finished that one um, just recently, and I was surprised because by and large, Cover and Hololive have. Oh, thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Um, that's why they have they've been kind of pulling them back a lot because they don't want that they want their streams to only be like 2 to 3 hours long now. They don't want their streams being longer than 2 to 3 hours. Um, and that was part of their corporate speak for this last or this current physical year, where live streams, they wanted them to be 2 to 3 hours long, and they wanted to focus their content more on live performances, and that's where they wanted to angle things off right now. um, that's why you're seeing a lot of them playing these shorter type of games where if they go 4 to 5 hours, they could at least finish the game in one sitting, and that's it. And maybe 4 to 5 hours is completionist. That's not like actual, finish the game once type thing. That's why you're starting to see them, playing a lot of those games like the Exit 8, the Escalator game, these smaller indie horror game hits, that can be completed in that time frame. They don't want them to go that long unless they absolutely have to. Now you are seeing some people like Aki Rose where they're streaming Minecraft for like 8 hours straight, but that's largely because either they don't have anything planned for that next day or two, on their agenda, or because they're working up on some kind of project within the game itself, which they get okay for. And that's where we're seeing things at right now. And so, you know, for Mel, it always drove Mel nuts that she wanted to be able to finish a game in one sitting, but she wanted to play games like Biohazard 7, you know uh, Biohazard Village, those types of games. Yeah. There's a clue that needs help. But I think that Mel is a gamer, and she really did at one point love playing games like Apex and those other games. But she also really enjoyed playing games that are narrative driven as well. So I would, in my opinion, I would keep an eye. If you're into the type of stuff that she does on Nickel Video, you know, the link is in the chat. Otherwise, uh, if you want to follow her on her Rika account, there's that as well, that you can follow her on that to see what she's going to be doing, um, going forward. And that's her account there. Uh, I haven't seen anything that, yeah, she hasn't said anything on either one of these accounts. But actually, I do want to check. Hello, what's this? Hang on a second. this the same thing that she... Sorry, I'm just looking up one other thing I did not think about. Uh, bu- 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 I did not think to look at her Twitter account. Yeah, I'm gonna keep saying Twitter. I don't, X. Yeah, screw X. I am not a fan of calling Twitter X. It feels so pornographic calling Twitter X. Okay, so I just want to throw this up here as well. So this is on her personal account here. And just to give you a quick idea of what it says, I would like to express my sincere apologies for any inconvenience may have caused you. It's difficult to give you all the details, but I would like to express my sincere apologies to all the listeners, friends, and associates of the company who are suffering from anxiety and the uncertainty caused by recent events. I'm so sorry that for any distress I may have caused you. I'm sure I've caused anxiety to all of you. When I was going through a difficult time or incident mentally, I talked to somebody I trusted. I deeply regret the thoughtless actions. So that's interesting. So it sounds like okay. Okay, so this is what really pisses me off. Okay, so if we were to take her statement at face value here, um, her statement here on her Rika account sounds like she was going through a some stressful times, and so she talked to somebody, and uh, she thought the person, of course, was a friend or someone that she could confide in, and then it got out that she talked to them about something she was dealing with. Um, the matter has been resolved amicably between the parties concerned. I would like to thank you for your kindness. I don't know if this is the right place to tell you this again, but my cat, who has been with me for many years, oh no, her cat passed away. no. I've been thinking about when I'd be able to talk about this, but it's been difficult and I haven't been able to talk about it. Oh, poor dear. I know what it's like to think about losing your pet. So she's going to be suspending activities for a time being, partly as a way of refraining from uh, hey, she's going to be suspending activities for the time being, to deal with her mental problems, and also because of what's going on. It may be difficult to do immediately, but when I return, I will do her best to regain the trust that she's lost. I hope that when I return, I can enjoy activities with everyone. Since there's a possibility that unrelated people may be involved, ask that you refrain from speculating or spreading rumors. I hope you understand. Oh, poor dear. I mean that makes it that much more real that she lost her cat. I mean, honestly, when you lose a family pet, and then on top of the amount of stress that you're already going through, and then you try to you try to reach out to somebody to talk about all the emotional distress that you're under. Man, that is. Hey, Umberto, welcome in, man, welcome. That is just so sad. So if we have okay, so let's look at the timeline again of everything. Okay, so her she had lost her cat, her family pet. Uh, what an animal that I know for a fact that she adored. I mean, she adored her cat, as much as Mickey, Nico, and Roboco love their cats. And if I remember correctly, she had, I believe she had one or two cats. I can't remember which one it was, but I do remember that she did mention at one point that, no, okay, yeah, she did mention at one point that she was dealing with some health issues with her cat that she had to that she had been dealing with, but then she kind of came back and then she left again and then came back. But somewhere along the line, she had lost her pet, and then when you look at the timeline of events, she had her birthday. That was on October 31st. Then you had Christmas that came and went. And she would always do things on both channels for both of those events. And then she had her birthday uh, stream on her Rika channel as well. She likely didn't have a lot of time in order to you know deal with the loss of her pet. you know and people will often make light of it. Oh, it's just a cat, it's just a cat, or just a dog. Go buy another one for $50 or whatever. No, when you invest that much time, 10, 15, 20 years into a pet, and that pet is all that you have to comfort you, because you can't talk to anybody else out there about what you're going through. You know, that pet becomes an emotional outlet for you of comfort, security, and in some cases, your best friend, because, who else can you talk to about the things that you're going through if you're not allowed to talk to other people about the things you are going through? So, what, was she, assumedly, with her, yeah, pets are, well, there's a reason why pets, dogs and cats are now considered therapeutic animals, because they can provide the mental security of comfort and relaxation and companionship when, when you are not able to, maybe go out and venture and hang out with your friends, or, be able to talk about the things that are troubling you. I mean, that's one reason why, especially in the United States, there are several states out there now that, by law, your landlord has to allow you to have your pet in your apartment, if if it's signed off by a doctor saying this animal is a therapeutic pet. There are actual state laws that bar landlords from saying you can't have that animal here if it's signed off by a doctor. I mean, that's just the way it is now. So, you know, let's assume for a minute that Mel lost this animal, lost this cat somewhere between October and December, and then added to that she had at least two different birthday celebrations that she had to stream. Add to that, having to do the Christmas streams that she did this year. Added to that she's released at least two different new covers or songs in the last couple of months. Added to that, all the obligations that she had for Covercore and the Hololive. Yeah, I think the girl was a little freaking stressed out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, she probably talked about it, and she probably said, talked about a little bit more than she could have, should have, because of what she was stressed out about. You know, and it had that. We don't know. I don't know. I can't confirm whether or not the person that she talked to blabbed about it to somebody else, and that's how it was found out. Okay, I don't know. But what I do know is, again, they said third party. So, third party in this case, I believe it, from her statement, likely meant that she had talked to a friend about what she was going through, whether it be through social media or through private messages, or was it in person. We don't know. I've seen people speculating that it was a quote unquote roommate, but I don't ever recall her ever saying that she had a roommate. And she certainly didn't ever show that on her Rika channel or any other social media. And again, the room that she streams in on her Nico video channel is a soundproof room that she put together on her own. And I don't, I've never seen anybody ever utilize that same room for other streams. So I'm kind of weary of saying that it was a roommate, because if it was a roommate that she confided in, I would have presumed that that roommate would have known a lot of what she was doing to begin with. So there would have been some level of trust there on the onset of being able to confide in, and say a certain amount of information to her with that, without saying, okay, I can't talk about this anymore. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make much sense. But uh some people treasure their pets. Yeah, being a VTuber idol is a not really sunshine and rainbows. After it's not. You know, being people, people look at these ladies, right? And they say, okay, well, you know what? She worked for Hololive. She worked for Corp. She's making bank. She's making figures, so on and so forth. Yeah, I've talked about this last year. I talked about this. On average, if you look at all the salaries, if you look at the statistical and physical information that was provided by Corp from last year, on average, every VTuber that signed on with the with the company made on average a base salary of 100,000. Base salary, base. That's base. That doesn't include merchandise sales. It doesn't include anything else. That's just base. All right. Um, Now, people look at that and say, "Wow, they're making $100,000 a year. I mean, they're making some pretty good money." But you gotta also remember they're living in freaking Tokyo. All right, where living accommodations are a premium in Tokyo. You really have to like pay out a good amount of money in order to have like a very, what you would call decent type of, living accommodations. I mean, even I'll even go this far. I've seen, I've actually watched live Choco Sensei on her alternate persona doing a guest meet and greet at a location, right? And the location that she did it in, uh, it wasn't a fancy accommodation type of place. I mean, if you were to look at it, you would look at it and say, okay, this is like, uh, you know, downtown. No, not Detroit. It wasn't as bad as Detroit, but it was like it definitely wasn't downtown New York. It wasn't like down there on Times Square type of thing. It was kind of like, okay, you go to Vegas to see Vegas, but then you have the Strip, and then you have all the hotels and casinos that are like two streets down from the Strip. I mean, that's kind of how it was. All right, so and mind you, again, this is somebody who makes well over $100,000 a year, um, and that's just her Hololive account. And her meet and greet was not in a location that was like top billing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Choco Sensei does have a alternate persona that she uses. Um, and for if you pay premium $100 a month on her alternate persona, she it's some high class content. I can't go any further than that because she actually has a stipulation line on her page that says that if you are caught repurposing, rebroadcasting, or otherwise doing things with her expressed content without her consent, that she will sue your ass. And it says it right on her thing too, where I mean, yeah. But yeah, she has like like an entry tier where it's like, yeah, you pay $5 a month just like everything else, and you may get something here and there, but I paid $5 for like 4 months, and I never once saw her actually say anything or post anything. But then there's like a $100 tier, or actually it's probably about like $86, and if you pay that, you get a once a month special stream, which is, yeah, good. It's good. But anyways, getting back to it, yeah. So I mean, if you it just boggles my mind. Okay, because look, I know that Hololive hasn't always been like top, on top of things when it comes to their talents' mental health. Now, presumably, um, that they are providing now professional help, and you know interviewing their talent, doing regular assessments on their talents, mental well-being, so on and so forth. But but you know I want to put this out there as well. Professional help only takes a person so far. you know uh and I can say this from experience. Okay, I am now entering my, what, I've almost I've completed the 2.5 years now, 2.5, almost 3 years of being a VTuber myself. All right, and as you guys know, I have been through a lot of mental anguish myself. Right now, I've gone and gotten professional help, which has helped me tremendously. However, a mental professional can only take you so far, and then you have to have those other people around you to be able to help in the process. Now, if you're grieving over losing a presence in your life that has always been there from the time that you wake up to the time that you fall asleep, and they're no longer there, you could go get help for bereavement, with a professional psychologist, or counselor, or whatever, however you, therapist, whatever you want to call them. However, there's still that aspect where you need to have somebody other than medications and counseling, where you have friends or family, or whoever to have that help you through that process. And if you don't have them there, you end up struggling. You end up talking to whoever will listen in order for you to be able to try to come to terms with what's going on. When you add the fact that these ladies are working literally like sometimes 16 to 18-hour work days, and then they come home and then their pet is dead, and they don't have any time to grieve over that pet, because they have to wake up in 6 hours to go record, or go do you know go to meetings, or go do whatever. You don't have time to process. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't have time to process what you're going through, that it's literally leaving the proverbial knife stuck in you. And yeah, it's better to leave the knife in, and instead of pull it out, because you're just gonna bleed out when you pull it out. But if you're pulled out when you have the support around you, to pull the knife out and to help you heal, that's a different story. And that's exactly what Mel is talking about here. She did not, she was going through a lot of stuff. And granted, some of it was probably, um, self-inflicted because of her being a perfectionist. And I'll admit to that. She was a perfectionist. She would talk about how she would be at dance practice or dance recitals or learning routines, and she would do a routine over and over and over and over again until like her feet were completely raw because she just wanted to get it right once. She wanted it to be perfect, and they had to tell her to stop. They're like, you're not you're hurting yourself in the process. So some of it may have been self-inflicted, but a lot of it also are to meet the demands of the company, of the fans, and everybody else. And she didn't have time for herself, and that's why I I ask the question, and I pose the question again. I these ladies should have time to themselves to tell them, go home, go visit your family, go go see friends that you haven't talked to in a while, whatever. Don't think about Hololive for a little bit and just go, and then come back in 2 weeks or something. I mean, that would be a lot better than constantly losing top tier talent, in my opinion. Damn, I knew Choco Sensei had more content and potential that she can do. Is it bad? Choco Sensei's other content is on it's on CN. That's CN channel website. CIEN. And basically it's a fan website that she has a fan thing there where once a month. Nope, not Billy Billy. Let me make sure I don't out myself here. We wouldn't want to show that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do. Hang on. I'll drop you some breadcrumbs. How about that? So here are the breadcrumbs for you to follow. This is her alternate X account, and she if you follow the breadcrumbs on there, she does regular twit casting on there. But the twit casting usually is just her talking. But there are other breadcrumbs along the lines on that Twitter account as well that will lead you to her fan page. But like I said, some of these ladies are doing, they are doing more than what most people realize they're doing. Choco Sensei, her schedule always seems to be jam packed, so I don't I don't think she does things more than once a month. Um, she probably wants to do more, but I highly doubt that she has the time. Um, Noelle, of course, she has an alternative account, and if you know anything about her alternate account, you know that she is doing a lot more than than most the average person realizes. Rika, I mean, I think Rika is gonna be just fine. Obviously, she is gonna take a mental break for herself. Maybe, hopefully, get some counseling. Probably, weigh her options. I know for a fact that I mean, that her entire um, nickel video page here, um, her entire page has just completely been redone over the past month. I want to say, I mean, all of this was added within the last month. And all and you can join here. All you know, she gives lots of sample stuff. You know, all of this. Yeah, she usually did twice a month. Some back here was only once, but as you can see, this was back in October, and she had her birthday celebrations that she wanted to do as well. But I mean, granted that if you were to take a very conservative estimate, I mean, you have she probably has anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 subscribers over here just at $5 a month. So she's going to be just fine. Unlike Miki and Nico, where she had nothing to fall back on. Uh, Rika is going to be just fine. We all wish her good. At the very least, her situation wasn't overblown because, well, and that's the thing. Most of Mel's followers were very wholesome to begin with. I mean, we it most of the people who followed Mel, um, I know, right? And I'll comment on that in a second here, but um, most people who were fans of Mel, especially us longer fans that were fans of her longer than than people that had just started following her. We knew that all the trouble that Mel had gone through to get to where she was. Um, if you look back at just the sheer amount of cyberbullying that she was afflicted to, cyber stalking in real life, the multiple times that she had to go on hiatus because of those events back then. Um, the amount of bans that happened on her, to her channel that were unjustly done by YouTube. This, constantly trying to, you know, play against a deck that was stacked against her from the onset, be it because of jealousy, envy, or, or lust, or, obsession. Mel was always fighting an uphill battle. And I'm not saying that she didn't overcome those situations, because she did. She did in a very big way. Um, I think it's a little sad that she got lost in the mix, because the constant stop start that she had in her Hololive career never really gave her a chance to just run with things like she did over the past year and a half, where we saw her flourish in everything that she was doing in the last year and a half, because she had an uninterrupted amount of time that she was able to dedicate to the character itself. Marco, what's that Ichi site? The site that we're looking at right now? Hey, by the way, hey Wiley. So this is Mel's alternative channel, her alternate persona. She goes by Rika, and this is her site on making on Nico Video, and then she also has her YouTube channel as well. So she has yeah, never knew. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that Mel was she operated a lot in a lot of other stuff as well. Breadcrumbs for us to appreciate. Yeah. Well, I I do have a lot of I do have archived some of her stuff that it cannot regularly be accessed. I happened to come across while I was looking up several things, but uh, Mel got banned before, a lot before. This is how she survived. Yeah, I mean she did, honestly. I mean she definitely, and you got to remember as well that Rika, the character Rika, her alternate personality, um, that this was her personality before Hololive, before she was in Hololive, and then she like Noelle was, kept that persona and kept it alive while she was with Hololive. Now, again, like I was saying before, she only streamed like maybe 2 to 3 times a month as this alternate persona after she started with Hololive. But um, you have to realize that the amount of time and effort she put into her Hololive persona, um, you know, pretty much dictated what she was able to do. So that's why she streamed so little, but she spent a lot of time, especially after she changed her content, doing more things like showing off like stuff that she bought for the new season, cosplay, doing all that kind of stuff. Uh, she's very tough. I mean, if you look at her back history, she has done a lot. Before Hololive, she has done a lot. She even had associates that were in voice acting for the anime industry, doing character voices and stuff like that. She knew people, and she actually talked to them in podcast form with them, and did um, kind of like dramatizations of various things, and she was trying to do that, but it got too hard for her to be able to get those kind of collaborations together and do them live. So trying to do them in recording format, of course, then you have to have time for recording and try to get things to sound correctly and editing and all that other stuff, and she just did not have that time to do it. You always viewed her as cute and shy. She is very she is extremely adorable, and I don't know if I think that she had kind of a shy attitude towards things, but I mean, if you look at some of her if you look at some of her stuff, though, I mean, she really did seem to blossom when given the chance to interact with people, especially if she, and what I find amazing, and I just remembered until now, she actually did a cover with Kason. She did King Case King a King Kason. She did a King cover with Kason.
What's up, membership? Yeah, I don't give a shit. King of Kabuki to famous bitch here.
King of rap. Oh, little pop. Yummy. We are the strongest. Let's have a blast.
You hate it, go, 行く前に You hate じゃ向こうに何左 You hate stop 知ってないし勘弁に聞こえたなんて3人
人様願うかけらのアイロニー誰もが願う無機質なような一押し先に始めてたような先が見えない Virgin Happy Show ないのあなたにお願い一つ愛も変わらずおまけにワニワニ
ないのあなたにお願い一つ張り詰めた思い込め
Left side, right side 歯を抜き出して照れくさいね Left side, right side 歯を突き出して You are king You are king I just want you to be happy I'm king Very tough You love hungry
Can you dedicate? What to celebrate? We are slaves of justice 無邪気に遊ぶ期待の誰々けなげに笑う痛いの消える
無様に死ねる苦い思いもなくなったラララベルタタキラキラの咲いてない手だ
毎度あなたにお願い一つ愛も変わらずピックアップのワニワニ
ないのあなたにお願い一つ張り詰めた思い込め Left side, right side 歯を抜き出して邪魔くさいね Left side, right side 歯を突き出して You are king You are king
It listening to that reminds me just how well Kason can sing when she chooses to. I completely forgot she did that cover with her. And in case you had any doubt that this account is or is not Mel's alternate account, that should pretty much clear it all up. But yeah, she has done a lot, and if I were to give her Mel or Rika any advice, it would be now that this has all happened, and this is the same type of advice I would give anybody who is in her situation or a situation similar to hers. Even if you're an independent person and you know, you're going through trauma, loss, stress, any of the above, you have to you have to take the time off to take care of yourself first. And this is something I learned the hard way. Mel had obviously was going through a very stressful, tenuous situation that where she was dealing with grief and loss, and she was dealing with stress and deadlines. And when you combine the two of those together, it's going to explode. It's going to explode one way or the other. It's either, and the thing is that you need to either dictate how that explosion happens and do it in a controlled fashion, or you let it blow up in your face and then you end up like this. Yeah. Do I know all the alts for each Hololive? I know several of them. I don't know all of them, but I do know several of them. I I try not to delve too much into that, because there's a lot that. Okay, so quick segue. Okay, quick segue. Here's the thing about knowing as much as I know, with Hololive, with a lot of streamers and their alts. Okay, um, if you don't want to break the immersion with the person that you're following, don't go look. Don't go looking. Okay. Now, if you want to know more about the person, and you want to know everything about them because you appreciate them, or you're a fan of them, or whatever, then yeah, it's okay to go look. But the thing of it is, you never look at somebody the same way once you start diving into their alternate accounts. Um, name just as an example, like I know several of Roboco's alternate accounts. She has quite a few of them, and I've seen and heard her interact with other people on Hololive time and off Hololive time, and it's mostly the same, but you lose you lose part of the lore that you've come to love about them by realizing that they've switched off their character. So you can no longer call her a pawn robot, because technically at that time she's not Roboco. She is blank. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of the same thing with like Noelle. Noelle is a very, very big 180 beyond what most people will realize of how she is as Noelle of Hololive and her alternate accounts. Rika, Mel for the most part, she was actually pretty say so as Mel, and she ran a relatively say so ish type of channel, and part of the reason was she didn't want to get banned, right? But the other part of it was, because she was trying to create a specific type of character which can be endearing and and liked by everybody. But that being said, if you look at Rika's history and you go back about 4 years, there were times where Rika did some some content on Nico Video that included some doing a little bit more than the girlfriend experience. And I it's embarrassing to talk about it. I mean, to me, I'm a guy, and I'm like, oh, whoa, okay, that's nice. But trying to talk about it in a polite format is extremely hard. But you know how YouTube has banned the quote unquote ASMR countdown. Yeah. Okay. That's the only crumb I'm going to drop. But she was also employed by Hololive during that same time. I mean, do you know Miko or Nene? Don't need to know their alts right for now. I do not know. Well, okay, let me take that back. I do know that Miko does have an alt out there. I'm not sure how much she uses it though. Nene, I don't believe. I don't know any of her alts, or I'm sure she does, but I don't know if it's like public or underground knowledge. Indonesian Facebook is more dangerous. Yeah. I have not looked at Indonesian Facebook, but judging by Hololive Indonesia, I would not doubt it. Her model is yeah, her model is definitely itchy. But I mean that Mel was the perfect combination. Okay, and this is my this is my opinion. Mel was the perfect combination of sex appeal meets like the girl next door, and that girl next door is relatively shy until you piss her off by beating her in a video game. I mean, if you watch her playing Mario Kart, you know that Mel doesn't like losing. Or if or if she gets sniped in Apex, she does not like losing. So she would start doing the raging type of thing. But she was oh god, I really wonder. Well, so her mama, she's real close with her mama as well. I believe her mama designed her Rika model as well. So, I mean, I don't think there will be too much of a problem there. But I just realized, yeah, Ayami is probably kind of broken up about that. But all of her daughters now are basically not Hololive, so I mean that's a plus. Don't worry, Marko. We understand you and thankful for the breadcrumbs. I do have Choco Sensei, but there's something. Well, Choco Sensei. I mean, I've watched Choco Sensei off and on. I haven't watched her recently, and that's why I kind of got taken away or blown away with her model change. Choco Sensei always had the right amount of like older sister type of vibes, but the older sister vibe that they're like sister-in-law, so they're not technically related, so you can find her hot, even though she's probably taken by like your brother. I don't have any brothers, so I wouldn't know, but that's like the best anime way I can describe it. um I mean, she always seemed to like, she had like that. Here's the thing that surprises me. Okay, Shoko Sensei is technically younger than a lot of her peers, but she talks and acts a lot older than them. And she seems to be more mature, which is kind of ironic because there are times where Choco Sensei seems like, well, this was before uh, she had a very severe drinking problem, and I'm putting her drinking problem up there with Lami's, um, and she was able to get it under control, but for a long time, part of the reason why she was always oversleeping and missing her streams was because she was drunk and she was hungover, and she had been drinking far too long. Same thing with Lemmy, but I think both of them now have gotten better about their drinking habits. But for a while, that's the way she was. But she also seemed to always be very caring towards her peers and seemed like she tried to look out for them, and that's why a lot of people in Hololive and out of Hololive grew to respect Choco Sensei because she seemed to be a very caring type of person. Not only that, but she also has a lot of charisma, which you don't find a lot in people that typically have that sultry, sexy type of persona of being a seductress. She has more character than just that one dimension, which is praiseworthy because that means you can do a lot more with yourself and your presentation than just being, I'm a sex idol, look at me and lust after me. Okay, is there anything else about you that I should like? I mean, she always seemed to put more into it than just that. But yeah, being a cyber girlfriend is popular for a loner like you. Well, and that's just it. Cyber the real girlfriend experience is by and large a standby. It's not a guarantee that you're gonna get views and get an audience. However, if you're able to put enough in your presentation where word of mouth or promoting yourself or paid promotion ads, whatever, can push you out there into that sphere. It's not a bad way to go. Now, I've seen and I've known several VTubers out there that tried doing the ASMR real girlfriend experience, but that was the only thing that was their selling point, and that was it. There was nothing more than that. And they failed miserably because yeah, you can put yourself out there as, I'm going to talk seductively and maybe, lick your ears a bit or whatever. But there's about 100 more of them, people out there doing the same thing at any given point in time. What makes you special from them? You know what I'm saying? See, and that's where Rika, really separates herself from everyone else because she has the acting chops. She has the quick thinking. She has the she's able to she's able to sing. She's able to present. She's able to dance. She's able to do the next thing higher than just like me for being cute. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a let's take a look here at, and I'm going to use this thumbnail again as an example. Just looking at the thumbnail of her real life face, that's obviously covered with bread, but from what you can see, she's obviously cute to begin with. She's obviously very attractive. So were she to go completely IRL, she would have no trouble getting an audience. Now, when you do that, you obviously run the risk of stalkers, people recognizing you, and then using your past against you and everything else. So she's obviously probably not going to do that. However, even then, as a VTuber, she already has those things going for her of being able to sing. She has a history past of working for a big talent agency. She's able to she has a resume a mile long. She's very skilled in multiple things, including presentation and her voice delivery and everything else. So she has those things that she could use to sell herself and not just rely on the real girlfriend experience. But people are gonna remember her by and large at Rika right now as that's her selling point. So hopefully she'll be able to repackage herself, especially in this time that she's taking off, to not just take care of herself but also put forth the fact that, hey, I'm on my own now. I can, and she has the ability to do a lot of these things. She has cut the contacts to do things that that she can't do on her own. She probably has a big enough revenue stream, just off of whatever she's gotten from Hololive, and then also from her independent ventures. So she'll be able to make that transition going forward. She's very attractive, and when I saw her face, how these girls do a half face reveal type thing, I was just stunned. I was like, wow. She is extremely cute, see, and I've done clips of or taken screenshots of her full body when she had done live content. She is extreme. I swear she is under 100 pounds, guys. I really want to guesstimate she's under because her arms are so skinny. She has no muscles. It's her arms are just so skinny. Her legs are skinny as well, but they're not anorexic skinny. So I don't think she's probably, I doubt she's anorexic because she likes to eat to begin with. But and of course she has the big stack, but oh, Kasane, konnichiwa. I am talking about Hololive Mel. Where is my Let's see here. I do want to put this out there. Ah, wrong. Always pressed the wrong keyboard. Thank you for stopping in. Arigato. Kasane is my Japanese VTuber friend. She is also a cat lover, and I've spent a lot of time supporting Kasane. But yeah, Mel is definitely very attractive, and I don't think that she will have any trouble. I would be highly suspicious if she wasn't able to land somewhere now that she is no longer with Hololive. But I do think it is unfortunate. Kasane's son, Chan. I call her Kasane Chan, but I have talked to her more, so but yeah, I really wonder. I really wonder. I've talked about mental health on my channel a lot, and I wonder. I wonder, what, if any, after action Hololive has done regarding this incident. Because there is obviously a failing in either the support system or the like they mentioned, the distribution or giving of company information out. So it makes me wonder if Mel had trouble either mentally or psychologically because of the things that were happening. Where was Hololive's support system? Because Hololive, has stated repeatedly that they that they have and let's where is it? Mental health care. Hololive states that they have mental health care as part of their benefits for working for the company. Hololive states that to detect early signs of low motivation and improve productivity among employees, we conduct stress checkups for all employees on a regular basis set up an in-house contact point and arrange consultations with industry physicians. Now, given all this, given the fact that they state this to be true, all right, if this is to be true, this means that there was a lapse in their benefits and their support system that is supposed to be there to help with their employees. Because bear in mind, a person can claim that, well, maybe Mel didn't go or say that she needed help or that she was suffering through something or she didn't want to go talk to this professional or whatever. But Hololive and Cover Corp are obligated, based upon this statement, to check to see whether or not their employees are indeed going through something like this, as they say that they conduct stress tests on a regular basis for all employees. So does that mean that the amount of stress that Mel was going through was, typical for the course? And if that were what is the case, then why did they fire her for, talking about her problems to somebody else when she should have been talking to the person in the industry that is supposed to be either the contact point or the physician that deals with these things. So there are questions to be asked here, because the way that they pass this off as, we check on our employees to make sure that they are not succumbing to stress by working in this industry, and they're trying to deal with their personal lives at the same time. Because we have an in-house contact point, we do stress checkups, and then we arrange consultations. I mean, you can't spin this any other way than, this is what we're giving our employees, so, our employees shouldn't have any excuse. But at the same time, they're also, the way that they're phrasing this, Cover Corps is complicit in this and allowing this to happen because they have a system here that evidently did not work. And if we were to talk about this, factually, this is not an uncommon thing with talent of Hololive. You liked Mel too? I liked Mel too. It's too bad. It's too bad. I feel sorry for her. Kasane, it's here. Where is her other Rico? Yeah, Mel lost her cat as well. Nickel-chan, PN. Isn't a contract breach something issue? Well, okay, so essentially, and this goes pretty much goes into the link I just put in chat as well. Um, based upon what Mel said in this statement here, uh, it she wrote that she was under a great deal of stress, and that she was under a great deal of anxiety, and she was going through a difficult time mentally as well. And the reason for that was she had lost her cat that she had for many years. Um, and I believe that this cat was probably about as old as my cats, which, my cats are up there in years. And she had been mentally and emotionally unstable because of her cat passing away. But of course, who is she going to talk to about what she's going through, right? I mean, you either talk to your other holomem, or you talk to a corporate bigwig. Who are you going to talk to, right? And even say for the sake of argument, say that she went to Cover Core and said, I need to speak with the professional, I need to speak with the physician because I'm going through this. A doctor and pills are only going to get you so far before you have to have that other support system in place. Your friends, your family, loved ones, another, your pets, those are all part of the support system when times get rough, right? But when you lose an animal that is basically like part of the family to you, I mean, look how sad Noelle got when her pet was a gerbil or a hamster, something like that. She had like a small rodent as a pet, and it passed away on her, and she was heartbroken. I mean, she literally took like an entire week off because she was mourning the loss of her pet. And this was just a rodent, but she loved and adored the little thing. So she was going through all this, and then she decided to confide in a friend, or what she thought was a friend, about what she was going through, and that constituted her breaching confidentiality on her contract. Let's see here. Yeah, she lost her. Yeah, her cat. She lost her cat. Her cat of many years, and she only put her cat of many years had passed away. If their mental health care system indeed failed, I think Cover needs to review. They do. They really do. Because, look, this is, this is larger than just Mel. And it's sad that Mel is no longer with Hololive, all right? However, this is larger than Mel, because this is yet another example of a systemic breakdown in support in the Hololive infrastructure and in their corporate infrastructure that does not allow them. It basically bottles the talent up into a literal bottle, and you know that at the very top, something is going to come out of that bottle, but it's not controlled. There is just a systemic breakdown of, from when they say, we provide a mental health care for our talent, yet talent still feels the need or obligation to go outside of Hololive to get either the comfort or or to confide or to talk to somebody or anybody about what they're going through, because they feel like they can't do it any other way, or they need somebody outside of Hololive that they can trust. If you want the talent to trust the system, you have to provide said trust through listening to your talent. Because let's Mel did not run out and talk to talk to that knobhead over what's his name, Corey. She didn't go out and blab to him this unlike Rushia. However, Rushia did. Mel certainly broke confidentiality. How many other times have we seen talent break confidentiality because, not because they're like sharing corporate secrets, or they're doing a little espionage for a different company, but because they need to confide in somebody what's going on, and what they're going through, and they need somebody to talk to. You either need to provide the quote unquote industrial, which I don't know why they say industrial. That should be industry. That should be industry physicians. Because if you're talking industrial, that means okay, yeah. So they don't even spell that right. But if you're gonna have consultations between said talent and professional to take care of their mental needs, that you either have to have that outlet there where it's being handled, and the remaining part can be handled through camaraderie with your other gen mates, or you have to let them talk to other people, for crying out loud. I mean, what I really kind of want to know, and I I would really like to find out, okay, exactly what was so detrimental that she shared. And this is where, when you kind of want to be that fly on the wall kind of thing, because you kind of want to know, like, what was so detrimental that she shared or she talked about that was, drove Hololive and covered to this point. Because I mean, if it's like bad mouthing the company and defamation or whatever, I mean, I would highly, I would not picture Mel bad mouthing the company. I would picture her talking about the immense amount of stress that she was going under. So, okay, so let's do a little rumor control here, because I have not found one iota of fact that corroborates this. Rumor on Twitter is that Mel told her roommate something which broke confidentiality. Again, that is rumor, because as far as I know, Mel does not have a roommate. And if Mel does have a roommate, I would be highly suspicious about the fact that, her roommate would not know some of what is going on with Mel, considering Hololive is pretty much like 80-90% of her life, or was. Okay? Right, exactly. And how would they know? Who did they actually, reach out and talk to said roommate? I mean, where they provided, they have been providing no visual evidence or citing their sources or nothing. Well, and this person has been the person that started the entire thing, was the same person that was claiming that Hololive was going to be streaming the festival, this year's festival, from China, which obviously they're not, because the very same day after they stated that, it came out that they were simply streaming last year's festival on Bilibili, which is hosted by China. But this year's festival is still going to be in Japan like it always has been. Right. So take it with a grain of salt if you see people saying that it was her roommate. Or tell them to cite their source. Show me the source. If they know, if they've been told by said roommate that it was their fault, okay, show me the proof. Where's the DM? Where's the message? Show me. But that's rumor control. Okay, that is rumor control. Now, according to Mel stated in her statement that she was under a great deal of stress and a great deal of anxiety. She had been dealing with the loss of her cat. Her cat was very well, as you can see, just from her, from this thumbnail of hers, she really does love her cats. I mean, she loves her cat just like Roboco and Mickey Nico love their cats. She absolutely adores her cat, and she actually locks the cat out of her ASMR room most of the time, because her cat would come in there and start messing with stuff. So yeah, so she had lost her cat. She was going through a lot of stress. Like I said a couple hours ago, let's look at the time frame here. From October through present, she had 2 different birthday celebrations that she was having to stream and record for. Of course, every year they do a live concert type thing that they do, and so she had to dance and present from that. And then she had her Rika account that she had to do her birthday for that. Then you have December. She streamed on her Rika accounts for December twice. And then of course she did everything for Hololive. And then of course, now it being January, again, I said this at the beginning of this month. I said, don't be surprised if from now through March you start seeing your favorite talent less because they're getting ready for the festival. So it begins now. All the planning, all the preparation, all the choreograph, stuff. Everything starts now, and then from now through March, this is crunch time. This is literally the crunch time um, window for Hololive before their festival. So I mean, you can only guess how much pressure they're under for that as well. And then having to stream when you're not practicing or not particularly feeling well or whatever, going through all this other stuff, but still having to stream because you need to make a certain amount of content a month. It's taxing. It's extremely taxing. It's not like me or some of our favorite independent people out there that we stream when we want to. They have to stream. It's mandated. The friend leaked her supposedly, but we don't. And that's the other thing. People are saying that the friend snitched her out, but I haven't seen the proof. I would like to see the proof. If it did happen that way, then okay, it happened that way. But I haven't seen the proof. The going by the official statements and all of the different news articles that I've gone through so far, none of them have said that a friend snitched him out. But based upon her statement. Her statement said that she did talk to somebody and confided in them, which constituted the breach or the leaking of information to another party. And it could have just been, her, just decompressing on all the stuff that she's been caught up in lately, and that she needed to tell somebody. I mean, who knows? I mean, who really knows? Unless she comes out and says it, or there's more definitive proof out there, I'd take it as a grain of salt. You can't connect the Lost and Cat and Shreds, but I wonder how it turned into this. Well, somewhere, and this is me speculating, okay? If she used anything, remotely related to her Hololive account to talk to another person, then that would be the automatic red flag there. And I'm just going to give this as an example, but this is not fact. This is speculation. But say like she used her Mel account on Twitter and she sent a DM to somebody else, and then her manager, found the back and forth. Or they used, Mel used some other type of social media maybe that was sending DMs back and forth. It could be any number of things, but you also gotta look at the side that Mel is working for a Japanese company, and a company that tries to regulate how much of said company is exposed on the internet. So, for Mel to say anything about the company that is unregulated, it can either be, ignored, or it could be, cataloged, and then if they see a chain of behavior, they can say, well, from this date all the way till this date, we have proof that you have been talking about X, Y, and Z, and that it's unsanctioned. So who really knows? And that's where a lot of the ambiguous, uh, invisible rules of working for a company like Cover Corp come into play, because while you have things spelled out, that you agree not to disclose any information regarding your employment here, that's not to say that you can't tell somebody you're working for a company, because that's going to be on your resume regardless of who you work for or who you don't work for. But there may also be stipulations in there stating that you cannot talk about X, Y, and Z until you agree to separate with the company, and then you can divulge that you work for the company. So it really kind of depends on how the wording of the talent contracts are worded. And as we all know, based upon English to Japanese to English translations, some things can get lost in translation, or some things can be very ambiguous after translations. So it really kind of just depends. Hope that there's no take two this year. Like I mentioned, Wiley, I said this at the beginning of this year. I had a feeling, a very big gut feeling, that there were going to be two people from Hololive that separate this year. And it did not take long from me saying that. It took less than 3 weeks before that happened. And unfortunately, this one hurt. This one hurts me a lot, because I religiously watched Mel when Roboco wasn't streaming, and I'll be honest. Mel would have been my number one, my beloved lady from Hololive, if Roboco had not existed. Because I love the whole vampire persona that she had, and I love the way that she presented herself. It's just that Roboco happened first, so and I absolutely adore Roboco. I would I would be I would really be heartbroken if Roboco went out this way. And it would be primarily because of all the stuff Roboco has done here and there, just those small little minute things that she has done in passing that she probably doesn't even realize that have helped me over the last several years. But Mel, is a strong, second contender for things, and to be honest, Mel is a lot less. And this is the thing that strikes me the most about it. Mel typically did not interact with other people on social media. She was very, very tight-lipped. So I find it very shocking that something like this would happen in the way that it happened. Because Mel will post something on like Twitter, but unless it's another Hololive member, she like never ever responds. She never replies to something that was said to her. It was almost like she posted things out of obligation, but she never interacted with people on social media. And it was kind of the same way with like when she would post something in her membership section, she never seemed to really respond or indicate that she read what you've written, that kind of thing. um and I'm not saying that she was very antisocial or stuck up or anything like that. It's what I'm saying is she seemed to like always want to provide that kind of thing when she was streaming. When she was one of the first Japanese VTubers that really caught my attention, because she would take time to go through and read and thank people for super chats and their memberships and everything else. She there's a lot of people in Hololive that, unless you're throwing like, red akaspas at them, they don't read or acknowledge what you've said. So who knows if they actually read it or saw it. Mel always seemed to, she would take time at the end of her streams, and she would she would stream for like 8-9 hours on a game, and then she'd spend another 2 to 3 hours just talking and replying and thanking people for their super chats. I mean, and to me that's big. That's even larger than responding to people on social media, because people are spending time and money watching you, so you want to and you're thanking them for that that donation and that support, and that's a really good feel good feeling. I mean, that makes the audience feel more at peace and at love with saying, hey, I spent $5 on that person supporting what they're doing, but they thanked me for it, as opposed to, oh yeah, there's a blue one, there's a blue one, there's a yellow one, oh, there's a red one, I better read that one. She's like, feels like she is very responsible. She has always seemed to own everything that has happened. I mean, even when, so she had, when she first started, she had somebody cyber stalking and slandering her and everything else when she first started. And it turned out to be a former classmate that found out she was working for Hololive. And she went on hiatus for a while because, I mean, it like really made her paranoid and everything. And she felt extremely guilty about everything that happened with that. And then she came back, and then there was like a fan that got like really obsessive and found out where she lived and was stalking her offline and everything like that. So then, she went on hiatus again and then came back. And I can remember they did a celebration with her and everyone, all of her gen mates. And I remember one of them like really starting to cry. And they were like, what, they, at first they thought she was joking, but, they asked her, what was wrong? Why are you crying? And she's like, and she was just so happy that because it was the first time all the gen mates could celebrate their anniversary together, of being in Hololive. And I mean, and it was a very touching moment because, Mel had missed every year where they would celebrate their gen's anniversary. And that was the first time that they were all together at the same time celebrating their anniversary on stage. And it moved me to tears because I was like, I mean, they deserve it, after all the stuff and this was after the whole China Taiwan incident and all this other stuff, that happened to them. Yep, 5 years and 8 months of secrecy. I mean, could you imagine having to like literally it? I don't know why it feels like Hololive working for Hololive needs to feel like you're part of like the CIA or FBI. I mean, it literally feels that way. It's like, no, hush, you can't talk about where you work. You can't talk about where you work because secrets, and people are going to try to gain our secrets, and if you release our secrets, if you talk about anything that happens with what you're doing, I mean, that's you're divulging corporate espionage. They could be a spy. I mean, come on, man. I mean, I get it that you don't want to, like tip your hand before something officially gets announced, or maybe even like technology that your company, proprietary technology that your company may be developing, or maybe even like, maybe what the big secret of what Hollow Earth is actually going to become within the next year. I mean, okay, we get it. Yeah, you don't want that, people learning that stuff too far in advance. But, I mean, really? I don't know. That's why people always ask me, they're like, Marko, why? I mean, you only have like, 5-6 people watching you at best. I mean, why don't you promote yourself or do more for your channel or whatever? And it's like, because I don't want to have to deal with that stuff. I mean, if I ever did become popular and someone said, "Hey, we're gonna hand you a check for 6-figure check every year if you sign on with us," I would really like. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if I would want to sign my name on it. Not because I don't want the popularity or. And here's the other thing. I mean, the other thing is this. I mean, when you sign on with a company like this, right? Unless you have a and this is backing up a little bit, this is what Rika and Maury Calliope and Kiara and Noelle, just to name those four, they have a brand that they have been developing before and after signing on with Hololive. So they have a brand that has some kind of staying power. When you separate with Hololive, that's it. You're erased. You're a figment of a figment of a memory that somebody hopefully backed up onto a hard drive somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You get what I mean? I mean, no, who's gonna, the only way we're gonna remember Mel is, by somebody hopefully backing up her, ripping her YouTube account, and then, maybe hopefully putting it up someplace else and archiving it, and then the clips that are currently out there. It's a lot of it. What, remember, 5 years. 5 years, but she was on hiatus for a good probably about year of that. But even then, 5 years is still a lot. But that's it, guys. I mean, that's it. After after February, I mean, she's going to be a figment of her memory, just like Rushia is right now. The only difference is Rushia is a common reoccurrence in circles, because that The Rusia incident is the standard which Hololive terminations are now, paired up against. And quite frankly, I mean, for people who like me who are fans, and people who find out about it, they will be saying to themselves, "Thank God that she has an alternate account, which she has been maintaining this entire time." Right? Um, and hopefully after a short break, taking care of herself, probably be about like a month or so. I highly suspect that the rest of January and maybe up until like Valentine's Day, she probably will be relatively radio silent. Um, and then maybe try to come back, or do something on Valentine's Day, depending on how she's feeling. But it's small comfort that 5 years worth of work is literally going to dissolve into the ether. Fortunately, she can use that little tick on her resume of I used to work for Hololive. I used to work for Cover Core, as even if she can't publicly acknowledge it and she'll have to move on from it, that reputation is going to be enough out there where if people are still interested in her, people will know, yeah, that used to be Mel from Hololive. And that will be something that they can at least try to connect with. But it's sad. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of the other talents have now been building their alternative personas, and even though they can't publicly acknowledge it, they at least state, or at least that they at least are able to give enough indicators that, yeah, I used to, I am or used to be a Hololive member. Do I still watch Miki Nico? I watch her once in a while. I don't watch everything, like when she plays various like she plays some gacha games every so often. I don't watch that. I don't want I monitor her twit casting as much as I used to. But I did watch her like when she was playing Street Fighter and a couple other games on her channel. And if you notice, she's been kind of ramping up on that as well. So I think she's probably looking for that final break so she can like not consistently, but at least semi-consistently, utilize that one persona now. But I don't know. I mean, we haven't heard anything about her voice acting stuff since it was announced, so I don't know how that's even going, to be honest. I would still miss Mel and the time look for. Yeah, and that's the other biggest thing. It's important to curate that stuff and make sure that people don't forget, because it really needs to get ingrained in the YouTuber or the VTuber culture, that just because somebody graduates and it may be in less than ideal circumstances doesn't negate all the good that they have done throughout their career. Now it's one thing that for a VTuber or YouTuber or streamer to go on a racist tyrant or be extremely explicit in hatred towards something, and that defining who they are because of that's who they actually are. But it's another thing for a VTuber or a YouTuber or Hololive member or anybody in public to suddenly be thrust into the limelight like this, and be given the finger of shame, saying, "Oh, how could you do this?" It's not. She lost her freaking cat, man. I mean, come on. I mean, the girl was the circumstances behind it are much more confounding than the act that she's being shamed on. You know, I personally don't hold her any. I don't hold any negative will against Mel. I don't. I really don't. And this is coming from somebody who, again, if I were to rank my Hololive ladies and on a scale and say, okay, this is my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, so on and so forth. Mel was always number 2. She was right number 2. She was right behind Roboco. And and if it wasn't Roboco, it was Mel. If it wasn't Mel, it was Roboco. And I loved both of those girls, and I still do. I there's only one of them that would actually ask to marry me, but that's a different story. I digress. In the little fantasy world that can be in my imagination from time to time. There's only one of them I would say, hey, I'd really like to hook up with you. But the reality, the realist in me, looks at them with kind and honest affection, saying, I enjoyed supporting them and what they were doing, and that's what, and that, in the end, that's really what we need to do. Me too. I enjoy the clips of Rusia. Yes, they are very good. I love watching clips. I love watching what they do. It's fun. It makes me happy. It makes me smile. I would not I would not want to lose that. I remember every VTuber that had it, and here's the thing. All right, and I know that I've had people tell me, I should stop caring about people that don't care about me. I can't do that. I care about you guys. I care about my listeners. I care about my fellow VTubers. I care about my VTuber friends. I am not friends with Mel. However, I support Mel, and I support Rika. I support them because they help me. When I'm sad, when I'm down, I have gone through so much sadness in my life in the last 3 years. And Mel and Roboco and Rusia, they helped me. I was able to take a couple hours a day and laugh and smile at them. And this is why I choose very carefully who I support with money, with time, and by talking, because these people mean something to me. And that is what love is. Love is giving without asking in return. You don't ask for it back. If they give it to you in return, that's mutual love. But you can love people without them giving back. Now, I love Roboco, I love Mel, I love Rusia, I love Rika, Mike Nico, and they in turn recognize that there are people like me who want to see them and laugh with them and hear them and have fun. And that's what they give back in return. The moment that you jeopardize that and you do something to, be mean towards your audience, is when you should lose your audience trust. But Mel did not do that. Mel was sad that she lost her cat. She was stressed about her job. She needed somebody to talk to, and she can't talk to us. She thought she would be able to talk to somebody that she could trust, and she got caught. But it's also Cover's responsibility to say, this happened to our talent. Our talent had to go outside of the company because she thought she needed help. Where did we go wrong? And then fix it. I think it's... I may not be an animal lover kind of person, but I still respect those that care about pets. Yes. Most of us, who are VTubers, most of us have pets, and we love our pets. I don't regularly show my pets online. Maybe I should, but it'd make them probably feel a little big-headed, but I love my cats. My Nico, meow, yeah. My Siamese is right next to me. Meow. By the way, Marko, I think you just recovered right. Is it fine for you to hold talk this long? Yes, I am actually trying to save up some small change so I can use for a super chat to your favorite talent. Is it fine for me to talk this long? I mean, it's already been almost 4 hours. Well, I am making up for lost time. I have not streamed in about 2 weeks, so I needed to make up for lost time. It's fine. It's fine. I was actually thinking about playing Phasmophobia later on tonight, so I will probably end it here pretty soon. But I wanted to talk about this after I saw it, and I felt that I gave things enough time to hopefully find some nuggets of information out there that could be relevant. And I mean, so far, other than speculation and people who don't cite their sources, I see a lot of rumor and I see a lot of hearsay, but I don't see hardly any concrete proof. And if there is proof, hey, hit me up on on Twitter, on X, and send me the link. I would be interested in looking at the proof. I really would. But does Mel have any siblings? I'm trying to think. So I know that Mel has some siblings, VTuber siblings. But as far as real siblings, I would guess that she probably does, but I don't recall her ever talking about them. And Cass, yeah. Come here. You say hi? Say hi. Say hi. No? No, you just want to be pet, huh? You say hi? Hmm? You say hi? Meow. Yeah. He just wants to be pet. That's fine. Yeah. My Siamese usually doesn't come in while I'm streaming, but I think he's actually looking for lunch too. Are you looking for lunch? Hmm? You hungry? Huh? You hungry? Yeah. I absolutely love my cats as well. So I can relate to her. My heart does go out to her. Hopefully hopefully she, yeah, with the release of responsibility, she'll be able to, get a better handle on things. But um that's about as much as I can share with you guys today regarding the situation. I will keep my eyes out for any additional information, and then if it's okay, there we go. Sorry, my cat just turned off my mic. My cat got tangled up in the mic cable. So, anyways, yeah, that's about as much as I have to share with you right now. If there are more developments, or I find more credible information, I'll pass it on to you, either through streaming or through social media. I mean, trust me. Uh, oh, wait, trust the probability that it's also hard to talk mental health care issues with your own family. There is the anxiety of not being taken seriously. Exactly, there is a lot of that as well. Um, and just a small story to finish up things. I had I had told my father that I was struggling extremely hard with the loss of my mother, and he was, of course, he lost his wife, so he was going through his thing, but he was able to deal with it quicker because he was present down there where she was buried and everything. But I live 1,600 miles from where he lives and where mom is interred. And I told him, in November, I said, I need to come down so we can talk, and so I can try to deal with all this. I said, because the last time I was down there, we had mom's funeral. I never saw her get married. I was never able to come to terms with it. And a couple of days later, I had to come back home. So I went down there, this past Christmas, and my father took me to the the cemetery where she was interred, and he told me that I sat there and cried on her in front of her tombstone for at least half an hour straight, right? And after after I was able to compose myself and we left, he said, I did not realize how much pain you were going through. Now, I'm not saying I know what Mel is, going through, or what she went through, or what she's has to deal with. Just like just like I said with Rushia, we don't know what she's dealing with or what she's going through, right? However, there is a very good probability that her family, her parents, her family, uh, whoever, may not even have the slightest idea of how to deal with what she was going through, much less understand the amount of pressure she was under. What people need to understand is that the shoes that we walk as VTubers are extremely lonely shoes sometimes, because we can't talk about what we're doing. We can't talk about who we know, who we don't know. I mean, I let you guys in on certain things that happen, only because I'm a small enough channel where I don't attract too much attention to begin with, right? But there's a lot of interactions that I've had with VTubers which I can't talk about, but there's some of it that I can. But besides the realm of VTubers ourselves, we are largely isolated, because our parents either don't understand or don't know what we're going through. Our sisters and brothers might look at us, or what we're doing, and say, "Oh, well, you're an idol. Everything must be great for you, because you're making all this money," and which isn't the truth either. I mean, yeah, they're making lots of money, but not all of us are. I mean, Kasane, that was in the chat, she understands, how much it costs to be a VTuber and stream, but not necessarily be, a fully monetized channel that is self-sufficient. You're still looking for being self-sufficient. For me, I stream 100% on my own dime. I never get a return on any of this. But look at Mel. Mel has, she had her talent agency. She had her peers. She had, they have their sponsors. They have other, third parties that are involved in things. There's all these responsibilities that are wrapped up into one. And then you have something extremely personal happen to you, and you don't have time to deal with it. But every time you come home, you're expecting that presence there, and that presence isn't there. And you go look for them, and you realize, oh, they're gone. And then it all sinks in. And I can relate to that. But at the same time, I can't understand the same pain that she is going through, or the same type of stress that she was dealing with. However, that is hopefully where either her gen mates were to be part of that support system, and then also the physicians that Hololive was supposed to be providing. It did, and that system didn't work. And I would highly suggest that Hololive look at their system and figure out where it failed their talent. Because if you can make a system where you at least can talk to each other as industry professionals, and then deal with the things that come along by being supportive of them, because you're not just colleagues, or not just talent, but you're also friends, and then be able to get the psychological counseling from industry professionals that are supposed to be professionals, then you close all the little loopholes that possibly could happen. And then the only excuse would be is that they did not want to talk to somebody in the loop. But right now, we don't know if that loop is even closed. And that's where it failed. But that's just my 2 cents. Mel loved her cat. How would you feel if your closest family relative tells you can just get a new one? Yeah, exactly. You can replace a cat. You can replace a dog. However, you can't replace the presence of that one animal. Just like you can't replace a human being with another human being and expect everything to be the same. It doesn't work that way. You can buy other animals, and this is where you see a lot of people go wrong. They buy other animals, they try to, make up for the presence that they've lost, and then they get disheartened because that dog or cat doesn't act like the one that before them. And they're not supposed to act like the same one, because they aren't. Both of my cats have distinct different personalities. One sits there and cries and complains about everything, and the other one always gets grumpy when he doesn't get what he wants. I can't expect me getting another cat and have them act the same way that my 2 cats act. He or she will act the way that she is. But that's why we love them, right? That's just my opinion. But anyways, guys, I am going to let you go. I am going to try to stream a little Phasmophobia later on tonight in 6 hours. I haven't played in a while, and I saw some minor updates come in, so I want to try playing a little bit and see if I can't get a hold of a handle on this new system that they've added in with all these different tools and stuff like that. So, yeah, Wiley, thank you. Wiley, thank you for dropping in, my friend. It's great to see you. CJC, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Kasane, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Thank you for visiting. Let's see who else was in here. Oh, Shinoda, welcome. Thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate you being here as well. Umberto, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you as well. Thank you guys so much for dropping in. I'm glad that we were able to talk about this in some detail, and hopefully we'll see. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully we'll see Rika here laughing and smiling with us again in about a month or so. But we will keep an eye on things. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off, and we'll see everybody in 6 hours for some Phasmophobia. Take care. I hope that I watched your game. I do. Hey, if you oversleep, that's perfectly fine. We'll probably have some jump scares along the way, so feel free to drop in if you can. Okay. So okay. Thank you so much. Have a good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever the case may be, guys. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.
I like to get paid, that's why I work every day.